Fed Sparking says, I expect firms to raise prices until consumers push back. Bank of England's Dingra says services is not a good measure of domestic inflation. Fed's Barkin says expectations of consumers and firms needs to converge to 2%. Fed's Barkin says I'm looking at monthly 3-month inflation data, not 12 months. So looking now to the market on open imbalance, 25 million to the sell side.
Morning. So same range I left you guys in yesterday. Really want to just watch to see how we react around the 78 now that it's coming our POC NES. Need the Russell to bottom out and keep bidding off of Globex low and our value low. I think for it's the same trade as yesterday with this 508 to 515. You're just looking for that to become supportive for a push up. Failure to breach over this, we're going to be looking for a move back down to 80s. Again, these are the same levels from yesterday, actually. Good morning. Seller still very much present at that 508. Just expect us to be range bound until we either are able to break over that or break below 480s on NQ. I would say that we'll probably get our direction once we retest these purple VWAPs. Specifically looking at the Russell and NQ. Your test into Russell VWAP here. You get a understanding of where we're headed. This rejects with NQ being at the lows. You've got a mixed market with Russell testing highs, you testing lows. So if this fails to hold on the look above, we'll look for something like this. Basically a rejection and a hold below this level for bearish context. If
Bank of England's
Russell fails here,
policy will stay restrictive even when
if
rates
it can become
cut.
supportive, we'll look for ES to be able to get over this 82. It's supportive for a push up to 86. So no, nothing yet. unless you're playing off of this pivot from yesterday at 508. Should respect this 480 on NQ is kind of the low, so we see a break and hold below it. Looking for continued weakness on RTY here from the VWAP, and then a look back into Globex low for a reoffer for a continuation. Look for a seller, just a reoffer, see if they'll get it. Same thing on ES here into the 7650 to 7750. If you don't see an aggressive seller here, I would just think that we come back down into balance again, or come back up into balance. Others weren't going to want to try to defend this 65 now on any sort of retest on NQ. You're going to want 76.50 now to continue to hold as your seller. Your first risk off now from these two reoffers. Look to see if the Russell gets our continuation for that push down. Again, watch at 65. Same trade was offered again. You're just waiting on the Russell to choose a direction here. That was the full move, extent of this push down, or if this will now be our rejection point on the failure to hold view up. Just came right back up to our sellers that I've marked. Again, for continuation down on NQ, see 65s become resistant. Or this can come back up. It's your Russell retest. Should decide here in a second. It's a zone from a couple days ago, but it's also just our Globex low for today, or our overnight low at 73s. But the was our gap fill here from last Wednesday. 73 to 71 was our weekly POC, and then 73 was our gap fill target. And it's continuing to hold as the low of this range. If we ever see a break and hold below the 71-73, we'll be looking for 55 to 60 on ES to fill this imbalance that's here.
In 5 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we get the Eurozone consumer confidence flash read for February. Forecast -15 spot 5 on the prior -16 spot 1, with a range of -14 spot 5 to -17.
Russell seller holding, pushing down into our Globex low or our overnight low, and our value low is your target from this failure at the highs. Until we see this push below this and hold it as resistance, this will continue to be your range which it oscillates in. Delete something. I wasn't supposed to. I'm gonna delete this pathing now that it's played. And just leave this next leg. There's nothing bullish about this price action until we can make this area supportive on ES. You need to see 80s become supportive and then 82 bid for a push out. For NQ, same general principle. You need to see 95s become supportive and a push out. Or we'll continue to just trade this range that I've highlighted. 2 minutes till we get some potential volatility. Or first reversal coming in. Or just really just first bit of our 30-minute balance kind of being done. Usually results in some movement. Morning, Rory.
One minute remaining for the Eurozone consumer confidence flash.
Still just holding Globex VWAPs as resistance until you see those become supportive. I mean, it's just sellers positioned there. You had a bearish gap down from the overnight session, and now you have VWAPs controlling price. So until you see, like, again, 95s become supportive on ES and the 78, 25, 80 area in ES. Sorry, I think I said that correctly. On NQ, 95s, 78, 25,
We are still waiting on the
80
Eurozone consumer
ES
confidence
or upside.
flash number.
Like, you just need these to be recovered.
Minus
Or
15
every
spot
attempt into
5,
these,
minus
you're just gonna
15
get
spot
algo
5
selling.
as expected.
Hmm. 30 minutes into the session now, and we're still in our 30-second opening range. Tells you a lot. Yeah, the Russell reacts here into this low.
So noting the prior revised Eurozone consumer confidence down to or up to minus 15 spot 9 from minus 16 spot 1.
So far holding and maintaining this range on RTY. Again, until we see a look like this below this range that we have marked out, just expect oscillations. Yes, testing value high here, and that Globex VWAP. Remember what we want to see. We want to see a look over value, and the ability to hold, right? I build in this 82 to 80 area, then we can look up to 86, and then above that, you've got 91. But we need to see acceptance up here.
We have posted out the Eurozone Consumer Confidence February flash report on the feed for anyone interested. So just to give context, we've got a bit more that we can go up on ES just for the gap fill, but 82 is your half and your full gap is to 86.25, right? So it's this like 86 area is really all we're targeting until we see that there's acceptance above. That's just kind of it. Now you just want to see a price be able to build here. I've got these darker, more opaque boxes, just gonna designate our high and low of our range. Now we just look for acceptance. Russell not with the program, so just keep that in mind that we're holding the mid of our range. It's going to be really important to see buyers care about maintaining value high here, or we'll have a failure at the highs and then a look down. Which has been a pretty common play last couple of weeks. So for ES, you'd like to see 80s hold the support, ideally. Again, keep in mind the Russell is now broken value and our Globex low, so this pathing is potentially in play if we can't get back over a Globex low, or our overnight low, however you want to call it. Need to see buyers willing to defend these areas. And for the Russell to get back into range, we are very dependent on NQ to carry pushing market up by itself.
We'd want to see a buyer here at 95s defend if they were going to. Same with ES, like pretty aggressively. Failures, again, it's going to be a failure to hold the highs with the Russell showing weakness. So we want to see a decent bid here for strength. Where again, you have a look above failure and then you'll trade back down to our balance lows. I'm out one here from 95s into 508. Now we just look to see if it can build. 95s and 80s still holding, but definitely a struggle. Gonna continue to take this scalp to 508 that's offered, and then leave a runner looking for continuation on a pop and hold over 15s on NQ. For ES, again, it's just we're looking for ability to hold 82s on a rebid from the lookup from 80s. We want to get out of this area relatively soon. Things we need to watch out for is the Russell showing a high. If it was going to show it anywhere, this is where we want to really start paying attention as we come back up into our previous seller here and into VWAP. See if our range has shifted where this is no longer the high, but this is, meaning that we now have more the downside, right? So just need to keep that in mind, that if the Russell shows a high and NQ can't push, it's going to be hard to get the movement that we want. But regardless, I've given you the wick lows for the current range. I need TradingView to work on their lines, man. Shit gets so messy. Just want everything anchored to the right, never intersecting with price. Is that too much to ask for?
Taking a look at the Fear and Greed Index, 65 out of 100 equaling greed, and the Crypto Fear and Greed Index, 78 out of 100 equaling extreme greed. And taking a look at the VIX, currently up 1.82% at 15.69.
So back to the top of our range on ES here into our 84.86. Need to make that supportive if you want anything more. Same thing with this 15 to 508 on NQ. Need to make that supportive. Keep in mind where we are in relation to the Russell high. Again, we are at our seller, so expect some resistance here. The more failures and that we have up here, the more likely it feels like we're going to have to come down outside of this very tight balance that we're currently trading in. Between, right, we have this point and this point. The longer buyers fail to break us out, and as long as sellers are passive and sitting here, expect the need to come down first, right? So we want to see this push out relatively soon and make a new high, and then be able to defend that high. So expect either a look back down to this lower node, or in a move where we're off of this 80, we see an immediate buyer step in and we look for a new high. There's really no in between. We can't just trade in between this tight range forever, right? And we're gonna need relief at some point to stop one of these sides out, find new liquidity, and then we can get a move. So either someone, slaps the bid, right, and pushes us out and sweeps the spread, and then we bid off of that level, or you're gonna have someone sweep the ask and then push us down into buy side passive liquidity, right, limit orders, and then buyers will step in. I don't have an answer for you. I can just let you know that sitting here is dangerous. Just gonna be keeping an eye again on this Russell back into our value high. Here's that look below that I was talking about off the failure to push. Watch this 78.25 first, see if liquidity comes in there. Same with our 80s on view here. But if we don't see a strong bid step in across the board with the Russell here at value low, expect a full retrace back down to our value area lows here, where I've highlighted. Again, this is just a failure to hold value high, which it's become a very common play. See sellers do this over and over again. Basically trap liquidity up at the highs for people who are looking for breakouts and then move the market in the complete opposite direction. So again, we want to see buyers like really defend this and recover that. From this look below, we don't want to see sellers now defend where our previous buyers were at this 80. We want to see them do exactly how I have pathed out, which is be able to push to a new highs here, recover 82s ideally. If they now defend this line that I have drawn, right? Previous buyers are now off sides. You have buyers trapped at the highs, which will be painful, which will push price down. So again, we really want to be watching the interaction here on this reoffer, previous range. Oh.
According to the IIF, global debt rises to a new record at $313 trillion last year.
Huge debt.
The IIF on emerging markets as well, they say the debt to GDP ratio hits a record last year as well, driven by increases in India, Argentina and China.
Pushing into our targets now off of failure to hold the balance high or value high. Now you are pushing down into value low. So this is where we need to see a look below and then the ability to now basically see strong bids off of this level, or you have a failure with buyers now trapped at the highs, and then you can look for continuation down. So just keep that in mind. That something that I've now talked about for the last like 30 minutes. You need to see strong buyers here, or you have the potential for lots of people to be in pain, and then you get a continuation down. Just as before, we're now testing the lows of our opening range from the 30-second opening range that I have marked here. We need to see acceptance back in. Remember, this 60-65 is the low on NQ. This 76, 74-20, 74.50 is the low right now. We're going to get either one of two scenarios. Either sellers now defend this, right? And then we see acceptance further down, or we will rotate back up and then push down or push out. Like I can't give you an answer. All I know is like usual patterns. This is a very common pattern. Let's see. Yeah. As we push into 78.80, if you're long off of this 56.60 area, this is your first risk off for sure, as this is where we expect our sellers to be off of the buyers who failed to hold here. Expect sellers' first line of defense to be here, and second line 95s. For ES, same thing. We're going to be looking for sellers at this little bounce point. We're waiting to see if the Russell can now hold here again, or if this will be our rejection down. Again, just I would take off a bit of risk into 80s. So we see them as supportive. Then you can look 95s on NQ. Sorry, that was probably really loud. I just wanted to highlight that we can play both sides. I have 2 ES left with our understanding of what we were looking for, and then I've also longed the lows into this 60-63, right? This low. I only have 1 left. I've taken off into 80s. But I can now hold the CS position with understanding of my stop above 82s, and then still attempt to play this range as we're balancing, but have this position on as I've already taken profit. Into my profit level, I've now taken a potential long, right, for either, I shouldn't say potential, I've taken a scalp long with the potential to have the low. But I'm going to be risking off into this 80 level until proven otherwise, right? This is my target until I see this become supportive again. But I'm in this short because we knew that this was going to fail off of multiple attempts of it holding here. We're going to search for liquidity. So we have a target where we close our shorts, and now I can hold runners just in case we don't come back up. I can play both sides pretty safely because I've interacted at the edges only. Am I recommending you do both sides? No, you don't need to, but I'm just showing you like areas matter, and if you're only executing in them, you're gonna have a much higher probability. You can take shorts and close into here. You can look for longs into here. The same trade, but there's 2 sides, right? Russell so far doing our rejection. Charts become spaghetti so quick. Trying to mark out paths for you guys. And delete. I can keep that bubble. It's a good one. So I'll just keep this here as some context. Morning sauce.
China's Wang Yi promises Europe that China is to keep opening its market.
And we'll see. I think this blue box is still a fine bid until we see it come sense, but I definitely see the weakness. Need a bit more initiative from sellers, but we'll know very quickly if they have it in them, or if we hold these lows. So far, things have just been getting absorbed down here. Like the 73, 71's very important on ES, and Russell's holding and maintaining. Still liquidity at this 56 to 65 on NQ. So until we see like this area no longer show as value, then it becomes resistance. That's when you're going to get your larger, higher time frame moves. But as long as like people are willing to still participate here, it's going to be hard. That's why I'm a fan of the shorts from much higher than trying to short the edge where buyers are. It's 80s again. It's your first risk off if you're buying this 60 with me. Very 95s over that. 80s become supportive on a recovery of our overnight low. Yeah, sure, man. You're gonna hear a loud noise though, so just keep a screenshot. moving that circle over. Target's still the same. 95 to 500. On a hold of 80s. Yes, is just holding VWAP as resistance as of right now. Russell is trying to battle for this node high for a push up to POC. You gotta subscribe for that, Russell. Are you guys finding these period zones helpful? I feel like they just kind of do it all for you, to be honest. It's probably good to go, to be honest. Trying to think if there's anything else I would want to add to it before I release. I think so. See if sellers react the same way here into ESVWAP again. Need to see that become supportive for any more upside. Yeah, just you though. I never said I was leaving. Not once did I say I was leaving. We were talking about releasing an indicator. Dude, now you got Darian scared. New zones coming out with our second reversal, our catalyst, I guess, with our new hourly. Just keep that in mind. Zones on ES haven't changed. Basically the same for NQ as well. Haven't really moved. Do I need to go over the morning at all? You guys have any questions? Yes. And on ES. We are still trading in the first 30-second balance of the day, of the session. Again, 80s is your target here on ES. We need to make this supportive on this look above. And then you don't have breakouts of this balance area that we've been trading until we see value area high hold. If 80s become supportive on NQ, you look for 95 to 500. If 500s become supportive, then we can start talking about a breakout of this range. But until then, just continue to respect the levels that have been given. There's great movement. If anything, it's like... And this is like Mario's favorite market, to be honest. Man loves nothing more than a 5-point trade that he can take 25 times. This is our range today, what our structure looks like. What it looks like on the hourly. And Nvidia still has room to grow, to be honest. Ratios aren't like the worst in the world. I just don't know if this pre earnings pullback was enough. What did it do today? We're still holding that level that I drew yesterday, that edge. I don't know. Big old gaps below and above. Off call. Such a busy trade on both sides. Makes it really hard. Yeah. Really. Your 95's target from our 60 buy. We now need to see a push and hold above these levels for continuation.
ECB's Vunch says it may be too early to get hopes up on rates. And ECB's Vunch says wage pressures are high and labour markets are tight. ECB's Vunch adds that I can't exclude policy staving tight for longer than seen. So that's Vunch saying I can't exclude policy staying tight for longer than seen.
Maybe if 90s don't hold, probably a good target. If 90s don't stay bid. Good riddance, to be honest. I actually really like Schwab. Hopefully that means we'll start to see improvements in EOS. I mean, it's definitely a double distribution, but you have the larger basing at the lows, which is, yeah, you can say, as long as that's holding, then it's definitely a lowercase b. But it's definitely, I mean, like, it is a double distribution. The thin profile, but but that basing in the lows with sellers failing to break below that value is kind of letting you know that buyers are there, right? Which is why it's like there's no short until we see a push below that 73.71. It's where buyers will continue to defend. And it's the same reason why I told Cass you got to be careful down at that 60. It's like I'm looking at it as our bid until I see it become resistance. Like, yeah, it looks kind of like shit on the shorter time, like the longer time frames, but like there's clearly sellers having a really hard time to put below, and we haven't seen that in quite some time. Like, usually when we get the failure at value high trade, we see a pretty immediate reaction back down at the lows, and we see buyers just completely fail to defend, and we didn't see that today, which is a good sign that we want to go higher. I'm gonna just turn on drawings again so you can see where we are in relation to our RTY. We are coming back into our resistance, so this is where we want to start paying attention again. Same for NQ into our 22. For ES specifically, we would like to see this 84 to 86 become supportive for a move up to 91.50, and then test our overnight lows, our highs, I guess, which is yesterday's overnight lows. We're at the high of our range again. We need to see if we can now break out of this range and then move on to yesterday's previous range. This is where we are in relation to that gap. We've now fully filled the gap from overnight session. So not really bullish, but not really bearish either. We need to see what participants want to do now that we've filled this gap completely. I'm going to go to our electronic trading hours just so you can see how I've been viewing this. This is kind of the node that I am looking at this market to basically be in the range that we're currently trading. This is the mid of our range, really, to me. At this 86 to 88 area, with this 71 to 73 being our low, and this 97 to 5K being our high. And I'm just looking at this as a singular distribution, with us now right back to the mid of it. So for really any higher prices, we need to see acceptance back in the high of this distribution, right? And then we can trade up into this and then start to build out this tail or a push back up to our previous range here. But until then, right, this is a very clearly defined balance that we're currently trading in. If that didn't give you enough context, what I'm saying is until we can break and show that we want to go higher, this is your risk off because this is the top of your current balance, your current range. The market has accepted, buyers and sellers have accepted. What we need to see is a look in the ability to build above this level, right? We can mark it like so, with this now being your current battle. We need to see a push and acceptance over this area, or this is the high. So not really a great place to add to a long position until we can recover this area. It's a good area to risk off your long position. What's up, Gav? How far did you get in Helldivers last night? So you were on pretty late. Here. Yeah, I have. But here, have it again. It's usually locked onto RTH 30 minutes. All right, now that's what we're just doing. The buyers are present here on NQ into 95s and ES into 82s. This is where you'd ideally want to see buyers defend, just like last time. Want to see buyers defend where the seller was previously. They're not here, not ready. Probably come back down to VWAPs. Give it a sec. Ooh, wait. Early we break out of this range today. Let's let Russell settle down. Guess he's gonna come down into 82. Oh, sorry, 80s. The high of our aura, ORH. ORB, 30-second one. Just the 80s, 82s is where we want to see price be able to build, and then bid back over 82s, and then push. Or we'll be forever trapped here. Again, just keep an eye on RTY as we come back down into these lows. We want to see a bid step in here, ideally. Looking for the Russell to find a low. NQ is just rotating around VWAP right now. Really not much to say. Look above 82s and 95s from our pivots. Need to see the Russell get a bit more movement, or doesn't have a lot of legs on it. Just had a bit of relief off of the Russell not selling off anymore. Russell doesn't want to work with the market, then you are going to have a hard time getting the market to push. What's up, Grotto? I staying all day? No. There's no point. You as well. See if sellers attempt here on RTY. So far, our low at 92.3 is holding. It's just 80R low. Need to see if they defend this on a reoffer, or if buyers can recover. So far, yes, just holding. VWAP to 82s. I just risked off 2 into 95s from 80. Just playing the range given, Russell into our pivot until it becomes supportive. Next look up should be outside. We want a new high. 82s to 85s on us. You're bidding off of 80s. And nothing has changed in our ranges. Oh, that sucks, cause are you just spamming for XP right now, or are you... Sig, was that ES long off VWAP with a couple of the range we were holding, essentially risk? I'm just on NQ, long 80s, or 80s. Specifically 8150 is my average. I was long 60s, and then I moved my average to 80s. But 80s on ES is the same trade. There's just a 2-point range there, so it didn't seem significant enough for me to want to play. Whereas we had 15 points on NQ. This is where we keep an eye on the Russell into 96.5, 97. This is where we saw a strong selling delta. Actually going to this level. 87, 98, 5. This to this. Jesus, 15K. Yikes, man. Was he just like spawn killing you guys as soon as you got in? Back to our range highs here, guys. Just we need to watch to see if the Russell can recover this low, or if this is going to continue to act as our top into our 508s on NQ, our 84 to 86 on ES. We are now able to successfully push suicide level difficulty on the 40-minute maps. So it feels pretty good. Yeah, we unlocked whatever the one after suicide is, level 8 difficulty last night. Yeah, 9 is Helldiver. If you're just looking for to like farm XP and rep or to buy stratagems, your best bet I think is just higher level exterminate missions. What we did for the most part, level up. Or like, I don't know, 6-7 minutes of mission.
Secretary Raymondo says there will need to be continued
You get like
investment.
2K rep. 15 samples per. Pretty good. Yeah, it adds up. Plus you need the samples. Yeah, you get 15 off of that game mode that I just told you about. So it's like 15 every 6-7 minutes. Pretty good.
Intel's Gelsinger says the CHIPS Act announcement is coming soon.
You see that Intel's asking for like another $2 billion? If you ever get stuck in queue now, it seems like the easiest way to get in is if you have a friend who's in the game, just click on your friends list and then just join session and then, or if they invite you, seems to skip the queue. Yeah, same. Not bad. I seriously have like 30 hours waiting in queue and like a good first risk off if you're shorting the blue boxes. Just back down to our 80s on ES and our 95s on NQ. I think there actually is decent potential for us to break this blue box high where seller value is today. If we can hold the higher low here. Just need to see the Russell get back over Globex low. I'm not like going out of my way to look for it, but I do think that there is potential. A lot more than I did earlier today. what I would want to see for something like that to play out is for the Russell to be able to build here. And for us to do something like this, recover-wise. What we need to see for upside, though, is the acceptance over our VWAP here at this 2000 level. Until then, have a bearish kind of structure. But I'm not, like, mad at where we've been holding and kind of building out. I don't know if it's going to happen after FOMC, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how much movement we're actually going to get until news comes out, right? It doesn't really make sense for large term positioning to occur until we get that FOMC decision news out of the way. But I am hopeful. I would say until that 2 Eastern, though, just continue to play the range given, man. If you're not taking profit into these levels and putting risk on into these levels, when we have a range that's being, like, given to us, and we know that there is news coming and that the market is going to be in, like, a balanced state, you're really not taking advantage of that. And it's like looking for more without understanding context and then not taking profit on trades, trading edges. It's you should just not be trading today because you don't understand the context of, like, the market environment with FOMC. Like, you're not taking advantage of it, so just leave. Trade tomorrow. Looking for breakouts today is just not going to be the move. Until we get that FOMC decision. Like, we're literally just rotating around the first 30 seconds that the market opened in. It should tell you everything that you need to know. No more 15-second chart. I have it posted sometimes when it's appropriate for the day. Most of the time, though, it's just like the 1 minute. What's up, Grotto? I don't really have an opinion on NVIDIA earnings. I think it's in a pretty awkward position right now. If you're trying to long, you'd really want this edge to hold, right? Or we come down to 660, and then below that, right? It's down into the 620, 630 area. So you'd want to see buyers basically be just bidding this up. Because there's just not a ton here in between. As you can see off of the volume profile. Watch as ES comes down into our 73s again. I shouldn't do a spread and just wait until after. I'd have to look at the options chain, but I'm sure IV is completely jacked. So it's going to be really hard to be profitable. Unlike basically anything that you do.
Israeli War Cabinet member Gantz says there are initial signs indicating possible new hostage deal.
What's going on, Ty? Is into our 73s here on ES. Let's see if this low holds. We want to see buyers push NQ back over 65s. Russell trying to double bottom. There's not a ton here until we see a push below 71s on ES, and that becomes resistance. What are you planning on doing with the camera? Like what kind of scenery? What's your budget? The one that I recommended Tatum was the Sony 6000. Like $300. A pretty good starter. But if you want like a DSLR, oh. They're all like, there's so many great starter DSLRs. You can get like a really decent camera for intro camera now. Like everything in the last 10 years is viable. So like top of the line 10 years ago is now like very affordable. You can get a little starter kit with like a couple lenses. A6000, not 8. That was the one that Tatum ended up going with. Yeah. This is a really good site. They act as the middleman and check the camera for you. Make sure it's from working conditions so you don't get scammed. There's a pretty competitive. There's a warranty. Sorry, I'm not really talking about this because nothing's changed. Either you're willing to attempt this buyer value that we've determined at the 73 to 71, and you're risking off into the 76.50 until this becomes supportive. Then you can play it back up to your 80s. Until then, we look for sellers to try to defend these previous buyers, right? So we're looking for reactions here. This is why you're risking off in this level until it becomes supportive. You're looking to see if the Russell can maintain the double bottom here. and it's the same range because it's pre-FOMC. Until we see a look below and push down from this, and we show that the buyers are no longer willing to interact here at the 71 to 73, to me, there's just really not a great shorting opportunity unless you're either playing off of the seller value edge that we've already identified, or you're looking for a reoffer scalp into an aggressive seller like we just saw here. So you probably have too many apps trying to start up on launch. It's usually the reason. Maybe your disk that Windows is installed on is also like almost full. Those are usually like your two main reasons why Windows takes forever to boot. Yeah, I responded to the guy asking about the 15-second already. Are people willing to buy off of the 73 edge or no? I don't really know what else to talk about. Now you're just looking to see if Russell sellers defend. Again, this is your risk off until proven otherwise. You want to see 7650 become supportive. You want to see, NQ recover at 56 to 65. And you want to see the Russell be able to push higher over this red box that we have drawn. I really am not trying to sit here for the rest of the session. There's potential I come back at 2 in Discord, but the odds are low. Like, this has been... We identified the range at the beginning of the session and have been trading it. Again, like, either you're willing to trade the range or you just need to wait till tomorrow. It's a range day until FOMC. There's only so many times I can trade this range before I just am getting zero dopamine. It's boring. You know, I'm done. And as soon as I'm like not interested and not paying attention to my charts, that's when I stop trading. Because that's when I can lose money. Tatum. Yeah, man. Yeah. I mean, I didn't see your message specifically, but I did know that. Definitely my next game after we get sick of Helldivers. It's pretty much fixed now. Bad. Yeah. Understand. But I don't want to be streaming for the entire day. Nice, man. There's no point. Like, I've given you the range. Like, what is there to say? The morning had the good volume and volatility, and now you're trading in a 3-point range on ES with no volatility and no volume. As we get into FOMC, this is just where you get screwed. This is why I was trying to say, like, the opportunities where when I was trading and it was presented. Now it's just rough. There's a reason why I said I'm trading from 9:30 to 12:30 for my schedules, because this 12:30 onward is god awful price action. My angelic voice, oh boy. Yeah, FOMC will give you some speed. Limoncello. Made that one up. A release date? No. It'll probably happen next week. I'm not adding anything else to it. It's in its final state. So I just need to figure out a description that isn't going to get instantly rejected by TradingView mods. And then we'll be good. Yeah, they'll love that title. Every indicator that we've tried to release has gotten rejected on its first attempt because of descriptions. You can't link to videos, you can't advertise, you can't do anything in the description, and you can't I mean, they have so many rules. So like I can't even add a video link to explain how it works by YouTube. It's really annoying. Why do they care? I don't know. Something that you might not know, LuxAlgo, the 3 guys who make LuxAlgo are all moderators for TradingView. So they limit competition quite a bit. To have a sale. Yeah, I'll make a video for it. And then we'll have like a lesson. They manually check descriptions for the stuff like that. It's not just like a bot, yeah. But yeah, so it's a process of like trying to develop out a description that is both educational but also not lying. There are a lot of indicators that just straight up lie or have like repainting signals and other garbage. Yeah, and then like if it's not an original concept that already exists on TradingView, they'll reject it. So you have to like prove originality. It's a really annoying site to actually try to work with. Which is crazy too, because then again you have people like Lux Algo, who just make other versions of the same scripts that already exist and them out on the platform. Like, okay. Like we're not, you know how hard it is to create something that is both an original idea, but also like isn't using the same concepts just in a different format. Like everyone's using MAs, everyone's using some sort of deviation, everyone's using, like there's only so much you can do, it's math, right? So unless you're creating some sort of new original formula, you're doing some like crazy quant shit, which you can't really do on TradingView with the data that they have. Everything is going to be sort of like Mod Podge of like other things. Below the red line we're shorting. And you can try shorts into that level, but I wouldn't expect a ton. Like this is, you're probably trading between 37s and 56s, you know, for the next hour. And like this balance between 73s and 76.50 is probably still see. Interesting in a Catan match. I'm good. It just takes too long, man. It's like a 30-minute game. Let's give it a try. It's off good. Another day when I'm not so tired. How was yesterday? In what sense? It was fine. It's literally the same range that we're trading today. imagine that we came down to the bottom of the range and then bounced. Like, you really want to be trading something that looks like that, really. And what do you even do? A mining rig? No, not worth mining anymore. Maybe like 5 years ago. You bought 71s or you bought 37s on NQ. This is your risk off into 7650 on ES and into our 65s on NQ. Again, the same range. It is the range. I'm just here chatting. What do they think those fans were gonna do? But yeah, there's like nothing to mine anymore. That would be worth the money. Unless you had like a large scale operation. It's not cost effective. There you go. I feel like the best way to make money now in crypto is just to stake garbage, and that's about it. Get airdrops. NFTs, dead. Next scam. Always. I've got a friend who just like stakes ETH and makes tons of money on all of the random drops. I honestly think that's probably your best like bet. Ride the hype trains. Get gifted random garbage. Sell it before other people sell their stuff. Coinbase? No, don't touch Coinbase. Ooh, this chat. So until we get back over 72 to 80 on NQ, again, this is that. This move stops up if you're playing off of the lows. 71 to 73 on ES, pushing up into our 78 to 80 on ES. Right? This is resistance until proven otherwise. Just kind of look at it like this. Move stops up. Look for acceptance above this. Move stops up. Look for acceptance above this. Sorry, that was probably loud. We're just trading the range. As long as we understand that we're not expecting insane movement before FOMC, like, you can respect levels pretty. Just wrist off one there. Just gonna leave one runner at the low, up below 40. What is staking? Oh boy. You're gonna have to watch a YouTube video, man. Yeah, that's it. This is ESV up. Again, this is just where we expect sellers to be present until we can push and hold above that 80 to 82 level on ES. Just as before, you would need to see something like this, and a pop above, and a hold. Your targets above for NQ, if you can recover your overnight low at 480, of course, is going to just be that 95 that we've been trading all day. Till then, this is where you expect sellers to be present. Are you guys gonna sit here and trade all day if I leave? Nice. About to stream Helldivers 2. FOMC is in another hour or so. But you have bond auction a minute. It's 2 Eastern. But you have bonds in a minute 15. Well, that is not the same thing as FOMC.
Shortly expecting the 20-year bond auction, I'll lead with the bid cover, and also shortly expecting comments from Fed's Bowman.
This is your overnight low on NQ, pierce above. This is your 80s on ES. This is basically it on the Russell until proven otherwise. This is your 30-second opening range Russell below and your Globex low, where we've seen a strong seller step in multiple times. So just move stops up.
Treasury when issued 20-year yield 4.562% ahead of the $16 billion auction.
You guys watch that new movie, Land of Bad? Like a mid-tier action film with Liam Hemsworth and Russell Crowe. Just came out. up?
Bid to cover 2 spot 39, 2 spot 39 with a high yield of
What
4
about
spot
it?
595%, 4 spot 595%. Look into the market, some weakness in the S&P 500 and some strength in the dollar here. So the
If
US held
only
$16
I
billion
told
in
you
20-year
this
bonds,
was the top of the
awarding
range.
41.13% of bids at high. The primary dealers taking 21.21% of the 20-year sale, directs at 19.71%, and also indirects they are taking 59.29%.
I mean above. What do you mean above? No, on literally everything that I've marked. Across the board. What? What do you mean? Now we're at the low of the range. Ugh. Now you just look to see this get bid right back up to hold this for another hour. Good luck. All right, I'm done. This is it's the range, guys. Like I'm gonna keep trading the
The
range.
treasury is extending declines.
Did I
after the
long?
20-year
No, I
dips and
shorted.
tails.
I already longed the last time. How many times do I need to take this trade? That's how they work. Well, there's a top and a bottom, and price trades in between them. The levels. Crazy. When you start considering to potentially FOMO in, that's usually when you should reverse yourself. That's how you trade a range. Am I gonna play? I'm playing Helldivers 2, man. I asked you all before I bought this game if you were interested in Last Epic, and no one said a thing. No one said anything to me, and so I bought Helldivers 2. No one. You didn't log on once. Is the news bot down? It might be down in Discord. I have it up on my stream, but then you have to listen to melodic electronic. Sorry. Is it working for anyone else? Is it just Nikki? Nope. Yeah, so then it's...
So the US 20-year hits the highest since early December of around 4.618% after the auction, which is last up around 4.7 basis points.
All right. I really don't like. I really do not want to say. I can't stress that enough. Yeah, but you've had my levels all day, you know? So... Do I need to stay for FOMC? Like, what's the verdict here? These days are, as soon as you're willing to accept that it's going to be balance, pre-FOMC, the day is a breeze. It's just when you get into the mentality of looking for a breakout and you do not respect the range, that's when you screw yourself on days like today. But like, as long as you're willing to play the balance and just like understand that price just is going to continue to oscillate, like it can be a very fruitful trading day. And then you don't have to trade the volatility of FOMC, but you can capture the balance beforehand. Do I expect this area to hold after FOMC? No, not at all. Like, these are your... Like, you're either going to get a move down into this 55, 60 area off of like a wick and then a retrace after FOMC, or it's going to pop over 5K and go for this gap fill here into 13s. Would be my guess.
US Treasury yields rise across the curve after the 20-year sale. The 10-year yield lost up around 5 basis
You
points.
see what I mean? How that just got bought back up and now you're just back to the same place. Like, you're not going this, there's nothing here other than just trading this area. You know how many people just got trapped down here? All right, I'm gonna go over one thing before I dip out. This is a super important thing that you should be looking for in morning session if you are looking to trade a morning session. This is just gonna go. This is like a trade that you need to be aware of and be prepared for. This is easy market prep that you can do for yourself. Okay, so say we're 10 minutes into the session. You should have the morning gap marked on your chart in some form. So you should have this gap marked. You should have the morning range marked, whatever you're using to utilize as your morning range. I think the 15-minute is fine, but it's not going to give you opportunities until that 15-minute develops, right? So the 30-second is great.
Shortly expecting results from the Fed reverse repo facility.
The Sam's 30-second will exist. What would it even be called? 30-second? Okay. There you go. This is our 30-second opening range. These are the levels that I've been talking about all day today. So we now have our morning little opening range, right? This is what this is a frequent pit trading range to kind of determine where morning participants are positioning. So what you're looking for here is acceptance above this 80 and the ability to build. You're looking for acceptance below the 76 and the ability to build and push, right? And this determines your short-term direction. What we're looking for is a fill of our gap. So things that you can do in the morning.
96
Pre-market.
counterparties take $574.882 billion at the Fed.
you can
Reverse
mark
repo operation.
the halfway back of the gap and the full gap completion. So we can mark this as gap fill, 50%. So if we can build above this 80, we should look for a gap fill. Okay, probably enough of the price action that we can see now. Do we see how, based off of our 30-second range, our halfway, and our full fill, we can develop an idea of targets, where to look for trades, and where we should be risking off positions until they become supportive? So on a hold of our 80s, we risk off into our 50%. We're looking for price to be able to build here and fill. But if it fails, we're looking for buys at the gap fill, right? At our 80s that we targeted earlier this morning. On a failure for buyers to defend this position, you look for a reoffer here for a pushback down to the lows. That's a trade that's possible. You're looking for basically acceptance below, right, for continuation down, the ability to maintain this range, and you're looking for buyers to push out with an understanding of where targets are. So like with just a few lines, we're able to determine basically all of our targets and where we should be putting risk on and what to look for, just with like the first 30 seconds and having a box above. My favorite trades for a morning session are looking at our opening range that gets developed off like a 30-second or a 5-minute, something small that we can kind of determine the basic structure. Look to see where our magnet would be for a fill to retest structure from the overnight session. And what you're looking for is to risk off or short into this, or have this as your long target. And if we fail to go higher than this, we are looking for a full retracement back down to the lows of the day a lot of the times on a failure to break out. But like this should always be your target to risk off longs until we see acceptance above. Always. Because all this is doing is fixing structure from a, right? You need to see this pop and hold above for a bullish play, where this will forever be the pivot on the day. Forever. There's no longs until this pushes over unless you are trading off of a level on the day that makes sense to trade off of, like 80s. That was a discretionary level that was developed by market information that was given to you later on, right? Like this is something that was developed and we were able to see the supportive level. But you don't have that in the morning prep. All you have is this gap. So the things that you can mark is the 50% in the fill. Once you have your range developed, then you can play off of that. This is such a simple trade. Just break of the highs, of the morning highs, a hold, look for gap fill. Mark the halfway as your risk off. Another simple trade that you can do. This is the exact same trade, but just looking at the volume profile. What do we see here? We know that this is our value high, this is our value low, right? So with our gap, we saw buyers try to attempt to hold above our value high, right? What is the rule if we fail to find and hold above value high? Well, we look for a look back in failure on a retest of our value, and then a push down. What's our target? Value low. Right? This is a trade that we've talked about today. It just happens to coincide with our 30-second opening range as well.
Says that new US capital rule plans would hurt lending.
A failure to hold value high, we're going to look for a return back down to previous value. Yes? Because what does it mean if buyers are unwilling to hold here? Well, then we don't have a value shift, right? That's what it means. This is still seller value. So if this is still seller value, where's buyer value? Holy shit, it's at the lows. It never changed. So what's our target? If buyers failed to push price, then we come back down to previous value. So we look for a look below, a reoffer, a failure from buyers, and then a push down to the lows. That's your risk off. Yeah? But like, these are like really simple setups you can do in the morning. This is just, these are the trades that I talk about. But maybe this context helps just with nothing else on the chart zoomed out. But just, you want to see buyers be able to maintain on a look above on value. And if they fail to hold, you look to see that lower high and the failure to get back over. As soon as you see that, this is now where you can put risk on for a trade back down to the lows. And if we see a look below value, we are doing the same thing on the recovery of value high, value low, right? We're looking for buyers to maintain, but these guys to not be trapped on the other side, to play back up to where? Value high. If we can't find acceptance, if we don't see a value shift, then value persists. This is really all you need. Yes, exactly. Welcome. This is like literally all you need. So this is why I have been developing the fixed range ones, because what it's going to do is show you these value shifts throughout the day in 3 different sessions. So all of a sudden we now have areas where we want to be putting risk on into the lows, and we have areas where we want to be risking off until they become supportive on a look above. And now they're going to be developed for as we go out through the day. So like, if we come back down, we're going to be looking for a push back down into this low, right? And if this doesn't hold and it becomes resistance again, then we're going to be looking for a push to here, then a right back down into this low. This is your target if this doesn't hold. Like, we're just trading around value. It's like, how do I know that we're just going to be balanced and chopping, and that any excess outside is going to result to a push back in? Is because we're failing to show any sort of want from buy side or sell side to trade outside of this range. Everything is pushing and mean reverting back to this value area on a look above or below. we have seen zero acceptance from buyers or sellers outside of this. And so we are going to be reverting back to this value area. That's why this system was developed, is for days like this, is balance. So what this red box and this green box represent are deviations away from value, where we're expecting on a balanced day where price is going to look to return back to this area. Which is why that's what happens here, right? And then you get your caterpillar signals signaling that there's potential mean reversion. This Russell high is going to continue. This is Globex high that we're keep resisting. Until you see that become supportive, I don't think that there's really a ton more, right? Like, you're just going to keep oscillating. But I don't know. Does that helpful? These are like, this isn't a new concept. Like, these rules are the same rules that I talk about over and over again. But maybe like these are our rules on how profiles are made. So this is your value high, this is your value low, this is your POC for the range, right? And then it's just understanding that if this high doesn't hold, that we're looking for this to then resistance or push back down to this low. And if this doesn't show as resistance here, we look for a rebid over it and then a push back up, with POC being our mid target. You guys have questions? Anything? But seriously, like, just the gap trade is such an easy one to kind of like have a mechanical setup around. Another really easy one is your so like, this is just the 30-second opening range. You see how we're holding either side of this? And we're looking for attempts on a rebid from a look above to bid off of for a push out. So when we get like a strong look away, we're going to be looking for a return back to this. And like, when we start to see that fail, we're going to look for a return back down to this low. So like, when we get farther away from this target, this will be our risk off point. And you don't need to touch it in this area. Is there a time you turn off 30-second? I just mark the levels, then I immediately turn it off. I don't need this on my chart. But I want to be aware of like the range. But like, a good indication of where we're going on the day is, are we above or below the opening, right? Structure. Like, if we're continuing to hold this as our resistance point, we'd be bullish on the day if we can't even get over our opening 30-second range. And it's our continuously like acting as our resistance. Probably not. the same kind of concept about the initial balance. Like if we're below the initial balance on the day, probably not a great idea to be bullish. But it can be a great level to play off of. But these like looks above your morning balance and then failing just can be really great trades to look for new lows. Like this, I'm almost positive if
Fed's
it wasn't
Bowman says the
FOMC
time for
today,
lower rates is certainly
this would
not
have
now.
done something like this. We can go back. We can see something like that happen. This is a previous session, right? Failed looks above usually result pretty bearish trend down. A very common kind of open has been basically I can't look but it's been basically like a failed look above and then a complete reversal in the opposite direction. But you don't have to like the 30-second, it's just any sort of like either look at IB, look at a 15-minute, whatever you want, but just like the failed look above and hold of the morning session, it's just like a pretty good indication. You can do the same thing with volume profiles.
Fed's Bowman says housing market isn't influencing Fed rate cut decision.
Let me turn on our fixed file so that we can see how these developed. This is why one of my favorite trades in the morning is waiting for that first 30 minutes. And then we look to see how our first value zone has been, how it prints on the day. This is our value zone that was printed off of the first 30 minutes. And as soon as we start to see a failure, we can play off of this level to the downside. You can see this trade happen over and over and over again, where we get the look above of our first 30-minute value, it fails to hold, and then we trade way below it, and then that becomes our resistance, which gives you multiple opportunities. So either understanding this is a failure and we're looking back down to value and then playing this to the downside, or you're trading back into this and understanding that we're most likely going to get another down on a failure here. And you can see that over and over and over again. And same thing goes for upside, but pretty common on the downside for our first session, our first period, I should. So your first 30 minutes, fixed range profile, look for resistance, push down. Same thing can be seen for upside, acceptance. Just look for value low or value high from the first 30-minute perspective for a directional play, and then look if you miss that initial rebid or reoffer from this play, right, for up or down, you 90% of the time are going to get a retest into this level or a play off of it. Those are usually like the first two trades that I call on the day. Just a retest of value from the first 30 minutes. All right. I don't want to much more than that, but yeah. Imagine we're still in the same range. Anyway, I could talk. Yeah, so like if you miss the rebid trade, right, like you're gonna have another opportunity taking either the reversion back into the mean. Well, that's not true. Not all the time. Sometimes you have trend, right? Not all days are a market at rest. And so when you have trend, we have tools already in our arsenal that help with trend. We have our stack cloud. We have multiple tools to let us know if we're going to be trading balance or not. We implemented a tool inside our fixed range, our period fixed range tool, to let us know if balance is going to be occurring or not. So this is a anchored VWAP off of the period to let us know basically if we're holding above our boxes, this green or red box, and we're holding our VWAP, you're basically just going to trade in the deviations above this box. As long as we're holding above or below this green or red box, you're not looking for a return to balance because you have trend on the day. So we implemented this anchored VWAP with deviations on it to let you know if you should be looking for a reversion or not. So like today is a great example of reversion. We're holding our deviations on our AVWAP and we're trading around this value zone. It's a perfect balance day. But on trend days, you're just going to be holding your AVWAP and we're not going to return to this mean. So we just start holding our deviation. We'll hold our deviation. Right, so like this is a great example of a trend continuation off of a break for our morning balance. And then we're holding above our red box, and then we're just holding our anchored up. And then we just trade this as our deviation. So until we can push below and we're no longer holding, we don't look for a mean reversion. There's no point. We have trend. So we implemented this into it so that you don't like take garbage trades. This interpreting market just easily lets you know if we're looking for it or not. Like if you're respecting a VWAP and we're still making higher lows, then there's no think that we're going to return in. This is already all built out. This is the next indicator. What I've been working on. This is a single indicator. Who knew Tapatio made ramen? Yes, so the levels Jesus, Tatum. So the levels on the on trend days, this is why we've included these, let me see if I can find a day or a day that has a bit more movement. So this is a good example. Our new, do you see like these periods, these times that are stamped on the chart? This is where we expect kind of like market catalysts to occur, where we expect some volatility. So they now will appear like 5 minutes before they happen. That'll be ahead of your chart, and you'll be able to see when they're coming up. So our new periods of these fixed value ranges will develop around these reversal or catalyst levels, and we expect kind of reversions. So what we're looking for, this is why I like that 2 o'clock trade, is basically we're taking the first opening candle till 2 o'clock, and we're creating a fixed range and making a value area out of it from a lower time frame, so there's a bit more depth than what I just did. And what we're looking for is at that 2 o'clock, a reversion back down to this level. This level is developed based off of the value from our lunch period. So we're looking to play off of that, either a short into this level or looking for longs off of this level until it becomes resistant. This is why I love this 2 o'clock trade for this this catalyst from the hourly candle. This creates a really nice reversal setup, so you don't have to play the lunch chop. And this gives you an opportunity to either look for a short, right, or a long off of it. And then this is your value area for the rest of the session based off of the previous period. So like stuff like that can definitely be useful. But we already have like a system implemented, right? Stacked is what we use for trend days. It's just the new hourly end of lunch. You have people coming back to the market and usually get a bit more volume and volatility kind of step in. But for trend days specifically, like we have our stack cloud, and then we have our rebid reversal line that displays, right? So like for this, you had both your anchored VWAP here to show you this is your anchored VWAP. This is also your rebid reversal. So you're looking for buys into this area as long as we're holding here for trend continuation. Nothing has told you that it's not going to continue. But if we see a push below this level and then this becoming our resistance, where are we targeting? Well, we're targeting here for a reversion back. So as long as this is persisting, we're looking for trend continuation because we're holding higher lows. If we ever fail, we have an understanding of where value was found last and where we should be looking to target. This can either be where you're looking to risk off shorts until it becomes resistance, or where you're looking to take longs off of, right? It can be either side of the trade. But stacked provides you with a trend following indicator, as well as this with our VWAP with deviations. As long as we're holding higher lows, though, like there's no real reason to be looking for short. But now you at least have a target that isn't developed off of fibs, but is a value-based, volume-based target of where risk should be put off or put on. So like when you get stuff like this with a stacked signal, right, and a caterpillar signal letting you know that we're looking for a reversion back to our level, and then you get a stacked signal letting you know that there's a potential short, you now have a full toolkit because you have a level of value that has significance that isn't just like a fib or some random level on your Furu's chart, right? It's a volume weighted level. So this has a bit more significance. So now you can look at your phone or something like that and be like, okay, this has a lot more merit for a short because this is a level that I need to be looking for sellers to be defending. This is where they have sought value before. So where are we looking? Well, this next level is developed for you of where you should be targeting. Right? So now you have like a kind of a complete system for mean reversion as well as trend trading. Well, caterpillars are just based off of price action. So when we see like higher lows and the ability to hold and push, that's all it's looking for. What you're watching for is those caterpillars and then where the level above is that you're looking to perceive, right? Like it's just letting you know that there's a potential mean reversion. And then like, okay, so now you're either looking to take a short into this level off of this caterpillar, right? Or you're looking to look for longs to play into this level and risk off until it becomes supportive. It's giving you two opportunities. It's either letting you know that there's a potential reversion for a push up, which is like, okay, I can either take this trade or I can play with the current trend. So I can wait for buyers to push price back up to seller value and then look to short into seller value. This can be a really great opportunity to start to look or to trade with trend for a pushback down, or you just wait off of that reversion signal for this to become supportive and then play off of the rebid of this level and then go long and then play up into these targets that have been developed for you. But yeah, that's like why I've been doing this, is because we already have like some really solid signals, but how do I know if it has the RR that I want, and where am I trying to play this into, right? So if we understand what this is our value, it's like, okay, well, I want to be playing into this level, but okay, I missed the signal and this opportunity wasn't great, didn't offer all that many points, but I understand that if we find acceptance above and we saw a bullish signal at the lows, and we're now accepting over our buy signal, I can now long here, right? Now that long makes a lot more sense. We know there's a buyer present. We know we've recovered a level that matters based off of our volume, right? This is a fixed range profile that's been put on your chart. And now you have a target of where you want to be risking off in mid
So in 10
and
minutes
into your
time
high.
at the top of the hour, do you see the release of the FOMC meeting minutes for the January 31st meeting?
So it gives you multiple opportunities to play both sides. And then just using judgment to understand which one has the better risk. I'm getting off as soon as FOMC comes out, but
So some commentary from UniCredit ahead of the
I'll stay
release
for
of
that
the
and then
FOMC
out.
meeting minutes. They note that investors will scrutinize the minutes for clues as to what the committee would need to see to be able to cut rates. So during the accompanying presser at the last meeting, Fed's Chair Powell did indicate that the committee would need to see a continuation of the past 6 months of good data on inflation.
Yeah, and that was
And
the
added that he
point.
did not think the committee would reach a level of confidence on disinflation to be able to cut rates in March. So again, that was just what Powell did say on the press conference from the prior meeting.
Like, I want you guys to just have a visual representation of where value is being put on, right? And like where it is currently being perceived. If we have that, then we understand that like we should be looking for longs as long as we're holding above. and then like we should be risking off into this level. But like on a return and a rebid in, we should be looking for longs again until this becomes resistance. And if it becomes resistance, we know that we're looking for a return back to this level. These are just our basic volume profile rules. If POC doesn't hold, okay, well, then buyers aren't here and we should be coming back down to value. Right? Like, should I be looking for a long if we're trading up into this level? No. Only shorts are risking off longs until this shows as supportive. Right? We're looking for rebids off of this level once we've looked above and are able to hold. So if you understand that concept, now you understand which way you should be looking to trade and where your risk is. Longs aren't great into this level unless we've recovered and held. So if we get a stack signal and it's here, it's like, okay, well, my opportunity is much lower, but I understand where we're looking to head. Just like with like this stack signal here, it's like, okay, well, this isn't a great, because we're holding higher lows and we're still trending with VWAP. So this is just showing you a stacked signal that's pushing down back into our VWAP. Now you have an understanding of like where you should be looking for buyers to be present. It's giving you just a better representation of like the trade. Same with this one, right? Into our level. Until we're out of this deviation and we have trend, we will be looking for these signals to basically just revert to our mean, this being our mean. And we can see that play out over and over. Get on what? I don't know, man. I'm pretty tired. I might go take a nap. We'll see. And so that loss of the 30-second opening range for NQ, you wouldn't
We
have
are
been
now
short
5
till
minutes
we
away from the
reoffered the
top of
south
the
side
hour.
of that
But we do
range.
see the release of the FOMC's meeting
God.
minutes for their January 31st meeting. Morgan Stanley economists believe that the minutes may include more details about the Fed's reaction function after their cautious pivot, as well as a discussion on tapering the balance sheet normalization as well.
No, I mean I'm gonna be here until like the volatility end, but I'm sorry I missed that. I'm trying to figure out the context. So the loss of the 30-second opening range for NQ, you wouldn't have been short till we offered the. Well, yeah. So like you don't want to be short on this edge. You want to be short from up here. Right? Like I want to be closing my position into this unless we're looking back in and then you're trying off of it. Like there's no short inside or like on the first attempt really, unless your risk is going to be something like this, which is, it's then fine. but like then you're holding the mid, right? Like there's not a great, like, how do I trade the 1018? With the highs here to the lows here. So if I wasn't already short from up here, you mean? And then I wasn't short here. Because I was short on ES here after longing it here and here and here like 4 times, and then saying that this wasn't going to hold, and that we should be looking for a reversion back down to the mean lows. So I shorted here, actually. And then our target was down below. But like if I wasn't short here, I'd be looking for a larger reattempt in than a push down. Because all I'm seeing is like longs, like there's no, until we breach these lows, there's not really much to think that this has much merit. It's hard because I know today's balance, so it's like, why am I looking for continuation? Right, so all I'm looking for is this recovery. And then to play off of these higher lows, off of the recovery of this level, into the mid. Like, it's like context on the day. Like, we know we're trading balance. So what am I looking for? Either I'm shorting our highs, or I'm trying to long the lows. So today's probably not a great example.
One minute remaining.
Right, like this is our fixed range on the lows. This is where we've been bidding all day. Like this has been our NQ chart. This is where we were calling buys. This is where we said shorts.
Ten seconds.
I didn't mean to do that. Shit.
So Fed Minutes says, noting
How do
reductions in overnight reverse repo usage, many officials said it would be appropriate to start in-depth balance sheet discussions at the next meeting. Staff economic outlook was slightly stronger than the December projection. Officials highlighted uncertainty around how long restrictive policy stance would be needed. A few officials noted balance sheet runoff could continue after rate cuts begin. Some policymakers said slowing pace of balance sheet runoff could help smooth transition to ample levels of reserves and could allow balance sheet runoff to continue for longer. Staff placed some weight on chance that further progress on lowering inflation could take longer than expected. And Fed staff saw risks to the economic forecast skewed to the downside. And Fed staff characterized US financial system vulnerabilities as notable. US Treasury yields extend gains after the Fed minutes. 10-year yield last up 5.2 basis points at 0.326%. We have posted the Fed meeting minutes on the feed for all those interested. The dollar index little changed at 104.07. Treasury 2-year yield rises 5.4 basis points to 4.666%. The S&P 500 loses ground slightly after the FOMC minutes, last down 0.35%. US short-term interest rate futures add to earlier losses after the release of January FOMC meeting minutes. And Fed funds futures contracts continue to price in June as the first Fed rate cut.
Okay, I literally did not need to be 73.71. 82. You look for 86s to become supportive, and then you get your range break. Till then, this is it. Blue to blue.
The S&P 500 regaining lost ground, now only down 0.14% on the day.
Crazy. And our new periods just developed as well. Beautiful. That Russell reversal on our period. You're looking for 42s to hold here on
And gold
NQ,
turns positive
or a
after
push
US Fed
over
minutes
92
last up
or
0.1%.
93s. You. there is potential for this candle to be reversed if we can't hold up at these highs. So we're going to be looking for pullbacks to 74 to 73 on ES, right? If we can't build above 81s. Shop? No, I haven't really watched. I haven't watched single name stocks in a while. We were talking about maybe bringing it back for Fridays, but I don't know. Sounds like more work for your return. Yeah, spicy's good. I like flavorful spicy, not spicy for the sake of spicy. Yeah, like that's gross. But I'm a big fan of like Szechuan. Yeah. No, not really. Not a huge fan of vinegary hot sauces. Like the most like vinegar based one that I like is probably Frank's Hot. Everything else is more like a sriracha or a gochujang. Yeah, a little tang. Or like something like Cholula's Chipotle is really good. Yeah, that one's pretty solid. That's always a yoink from the Chipotle. Get a bottle. Is. I think I've had a couple like the fruity habanero one that they Melinda's. That one's pretty good. I can't remember. I think maybe it's like a mango or something. I haven't had it in forever. I remember the name. Yeah, so much more flavor in that. Watching to see what happens here into the Russell, into our low, value low here at 94.8. If we don't see the Russell bid here, gonna be in trouble. We're gonna be looking for these as our targets. Cute. Just a full retrace of this news candle. Yeah, I mean, it was just a minute, but yeah, definitely still trapped within this balance. See what I mean? Like, it doesn't even need to hold for you to make money off of that. You need to see the Russell be able to get back over this, or it's going to be pretty hard to get any sort of real movement. Like, you can't make that up. Come on. Especially after that rant I just gave you about these levels for the pullbacks. All right, that's it for me. I don't know if this is gonna hold, but wrist off into that. You shouldn't look for really anything more bullish until we get either a push and hold over these 95s as supportive, or a look below. Right, this is now just your pivot. 42s, 43s on NQ. This 74, 25, 71 on ES. But that's it. There's your dip buy. There's your first risk off into your POC. Then you're looking for a push above. Again, that 90, 95 on NQ. And this 82 on ES. That's just a balanced trade. All right. I'm actually out of here. I'm not staying for the full session. You guys got more than I was willing to give, to be honest. But peace. I will see you all tomorrow. You have this chart, so it's like I'm here with you already. With the indicator on. There you go, bud. But do you like I really like need you to understand, like, we're willing to trade this and understand that this is value. This test becomes important. Just trade into this. Like, that's just a free like point. And like if this becomes resistance on a look below, test in, we play off of that. Until then, we expect drop here, right? We expect buyers to attempt to hold. And like if this fails to hold, that's a big deal. We look for this to then be our seller value on a retest. These like moves back into areas after a reclaim. But yeah, I really don't expect much if we continue to hold this 71 to 73, 86 to, it's basically just your range until proven otherwise. If at any point this 71 does not hold on a look underneath, you are going to be looking for a push down into this 60 to 5 area as your next target. These are your main pivots, right? 5K, 97, 88, basically like 86, and then 71 to 73. You have 60 to 55, and then below that we have 37 and 30. But right now we're just trapped in this balance. Until we break and hold below. All there is. if we can break above that 86 to 88, right, make this supportive, then we can trade up to 5K and trade in this upward bounce. All right, I need to go to bed. Peace.